towards adoption of an innovation is meetings. These are usually held to introduce and discuss new ideas or practices to obtain the opinions of a community or gain the technology transfer. Which of the following is not a definition of agricultural extension? Technology transfer. Which of the following is not a definition of agricultural extension? Trial. The stage in the adaptation process in which the individual practices the idea in a small scale. Result demonstration. His method of extension teaching is usually used in crop farming and requires a farm recuperator. The main purpose of this method is to prove that new practice is superior to the one currently being used by the farmers. England. The term extension education was first used in transfer of technology approach. Through this approach, it has been the researchers' task to identify, analyze, and solve farmers' technical problems. The results have been translated as messages to farmers via the extension worker, who serves as the link between the researchers and farmers. Denser. Diffusion of an innovation is the spread of the information from a office call His method is concerned with personal visits made by the extension clientele to the extension office to seek information or assistance. Model farmer. His method involves the identification of a farmer whose agricultural practices and personal attitudes are superior that his operation can serve as a model for others to follow. Farm and home visit. This involves meeting individually with the farmer at the farm or home to give the extension worker an opportunity to work out practical solutions to specific problems. Extension activities should go to numbers of rural families where they are. An extension worker must bring technology to where the clientele can be reached. This means going to their farms' homes to introduce farming homemaking practices. The guiding principles in extension work that applies here is innovation decision. Process through which an individual passes from the first knowledge of it until he confirms its use is called accelerate. Communication barriers are so called because they interest. At this stage of the adaptation process, the individual develops curiosity or concern in the new idea practice. Community people. Extension is teaching preferably. Participatory extension approach. Observability. This refers to the extent to which an innovation or its results can be seen. Observability. This refers to the extent to which an innovation or its results can be seen. Agricultural Productivity Commission. When Republic Act No. 3844, otherwise known as the Land Reform Code of the Philippines, was approved in 1963, the Bureau of Agricultural Extension was renamed. Late adopters. A type of adopters who are the last ones to change are called role-playing. This is a dramatization in which an open-ended scenario is described and participants are assigned roles to act out the situation or problem. Grandes modelos. In the Philippines, agricultural extension work started in the 19th century through the introduction of wall newspaper. This is known for being basically pictorial, using drawing and slash or photographs with a text as brief and vivid as possible. Its size and appearance are similar to a poster, but often contains more written material and a variety of information. Poster. This is a single sheet with an illustration and usually a few simple words. It is used to introduce an educational effort after it has been launched. Training and visit approach. Shared. Extension of an agricultural information is strictly restricted that it must be awareness. The first step towards adoption of an innovation is education tour field trip. In this extension teaching method, a group travels to another location to observe agricultural practices, projects, or demonstration not available locally. Early majority. This is made up of those who watch the innovators and the early adopters through several time period. Novel. An innovation is something that is relative advantage. The degree to which an innovation or a new idea is superior to the one it intends to replace is relative advantage. The degree to which an innovation or a new idea is superior to the one it intends to replace is. Luis Lorenzo Jr., the Secretary of Agriculture. Extension worker must live in the area where he serves. For the extension worker to promote access to the people he serves and get a better appreciation of the people's problems, what guiding principle in extension work must be taken into consideration by the agricultural extension worker? Farmer Field School. This refers to the experiential learning approach where the farmer's field is the primary learning resources in carrying out an extension training on integrated pest management throughout the entire growing season of the crop. Agricultural extension must be educational. Which of the guiding principles in extension work refers to bringing about desirable changes is the behavior of the extension clientele. Extension begins where the people are and with what they have. To be able to get positive response from the extension clientele, the extension worker must suit the program to their social, culture, financial, and intellectual levels. The guiding principle in extension work states that Field Day. These are usually held on farms, experimental stations, or government centers to demonstrate successful farming techniques or to see field tests, machinery demonstration, athletic contests, or other events. Bulletin. This type of publication covers a wider scope of subject matter such as rice growing. This usually contains a complete summary of the information available on particular subject. Technology transfer. Which of the following is not a definition of agricultural extension? Receiver. Another element of the process which refers to the perceived target beneficiary is radio. Commodity approach. An extension approach which promotes the production of a certain important crop by emphasizing the available production factors. This is sometimes called multi-purpose or integrated approach. Symposium. This is a short series of lecture, usually 2 to 5 speakers, each with a different viewpoint. Information group discussion. This extension method usually consists of a small group where farmer neighbors can get together in a certain place and time to get acquainted with each other, to exchange farming information and ideas, and to share common problems in order to help each other. Area approach. In this extension approach, efforts are made to have a whole village community grow just one variety of crop that is best adapted to the locality. Source. The element of the communication process which generates the development-oriented technology is meetings. These are usually held to introduce and discuss new ideas or practices, to obtain the opinions of a community, or gain the support of the people on local problems and extension program. Diffusion. The total process by which a new idea spreads out among farmers of the sequences of acceptance of a new idea or practice among a designated group of people is lecture. This is a verbal presentation by a single speaker to a group of listeners. It is used to present technical information or develop background and appreciation of and to integrate ideas. Fully. Adaptation of an innovation means to use it. Informal contacts. These are unstructured and or planned meeting with clientele which can take place on the street, in the marketplace, or at local celebrations. Training and visit approach. This is essentially a process of purposeful and creative interaction between the villagers and the outside facilitators, the main aim of which is enhancing the local capacity to analyze ongoing processes and to develop relevant and feasible technological innovations suited to the local condition. Talking. To communicate an innovation means any of the following activities except compatibility, an attribute or characteristic of a technology innovation that refers to the extent to which a new idea or practice fits into the farmer's views about what ought to be, what he does on the farm, and how he does it. Any change farm practice. As far as agricultural extension is concerned, innovation means insulter, An extension worker is rolled into one being such as the following except as Exhibit. Exhibit. Local Government Code. The function of Department of Agriculture was devolved to the local government units through the enactment of Republic Act No. 7160 on November 10, 1991, otherwise known as Complexity. This refers to the fact that some innovations are more complicated than others. Complexity. This refers to the fact that some innovations are more complicated than others. Bulletin board. These carry posters, wall charts, bulletins, handouts, and announcement of extension activities, agricultural information, and news. Treeability. Diffusion period. Innovation decision period is coterministing. Adaptation. At this stage of adaptation process, the individual decides the new practice is good enough for full-scale use. Feedlot, enterprise in which cattle are fed grain and other concentrates for usually 90 to 120 days. Stocking. Blank rate is the number of animals allowed to graze in a particular pasture area. Anaerobic microorganism. Microorganisms that biodegrade organic matter without free oxygen. TDN. Contains low fiber but has high total digestible nutrients. Pasteurized milk. Milk that has undergone the pasteurization process. Karyotype. Grouping of chromosomes based on similarity of their morphology is known as eructation. Elimination of gas, for example carbon dioxide produced in the rumen, also known as belching. Cow-calf operation. Management unit that maintains a breeding herd and produces weaned cows. Heat synchronization. The administration of hormone to a group of female mammals causing them to come into heat at or at the same time. Conception. The fertilization of the ovum. Lagoon. Earthen storage structure with sufficient dilution water added to allow microorganisms to biodegrade and treat organic matter. Excretory system. A system responsible in the extraction and removal of waste products from the blood. Lactating cows. Cows that are either pregnant or non-pregnant and are momentarily producing milk. Less number of sweat glands. What makes the buffaloes to stay long under the sun? Feedlot. Enterprise in which cattle are fed grain and other concentrated for usually 90 to 120 days. Mutation. Change in the genetic code due to natural or artificial means. Scurs. Horny tissue of rudimentary horns that are attached to the skin rather than the bony parts of the head. Anglo-Nubian. A double-purpose type goat characterized by large pendulous ears and convex Roman nose. Radiation, conduction, convection. The system that produces antibodies. Cream. The fat component of the milk. Herd. Group of cattle that are in a similar management program. Inbreeding. Breeding of closely related animals. Forage. Feedstuffs composed primarily of the whole plant, including stems and leaves that are utilized by cattle. Steer. Bovine male castrated prior to puberty. Insulin. A hormone responsible in the breakdown of glycogen and glyconeogenesis in the liver. Heart. The organ responsible in pumping the blood. Recombination. The process of standardizing reconstituted skim milk with butter oil. Superovulation. The administration of hormone to a group of mammalian females, causing them to come into heated or near at the same time. Ration. Feed fed to an animal during a 24-hour period. Ad libitum. It refers to free choice feeding. Metabolism. The transformation by which energy is made available for body uses. Microorganism. They are present in the rumen which help in digesting fibrous feeds like grass. Environment. All external conditions that influence the reproduction, production. Ceca. The organ that helps the horse digest grass. Vesica, the organ that helps the horse digest grass. Phenotype: the visible or measurable expression of a character, for example, a weaning weight, post-weaning gain, reproduction, etc. Sperm cell, also known as the male gamete. Nili Ravi, a milk-type buffalo originated from Pakistan. Ovulation, release of the female germ cell by the ovary. Evaporated milk, preheated milk to stabilize its proteins and remove about 60% of its water. 3 to 6 weeks. The peak of milk production in cows is attained approximately blank weeks after parturition. Challenge feeding program. One alternative feeding system that can be used in order to maintain higher milk production among cows. Silent estrus, a condition wherein estrus or ovulation occurs without full behavior manifestation of heat. Outcrossing, mating of individuals that are less closely related than the average of the breed. Keratin, the protein part of hair, horn and wool. Sibs, brothers and sisters of an individual. Pasture forage, the major source of energy for dairy animals. Crop, serves in storing the food in chicken. Recessive, another name for the animals with compound stomach. Marbling, the specks of fat distributed in muscular tissue. It is usually evaluated in the ribeye between the 12th and 13th rib. Muscular system, system responsible in animal movement. Crossbreeding, the mating of animals of different breeds. Dual purpose, type of cattle intended both from meat and milk purposes, for example most Indian and Pakistan cattle breeds. Mammals, type of animals that secrete milk. Scurs, horny tissue of rudimentary horns that are attached to the skin rather than the bony parts of the head. Cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, the composition of crude fiber, blank, blank and blank. Sweat gland, the gland that secretes watery fluid from the body. Bullock, young bull, typically less than 20 months of age. Weanlings, young animals that are weaned or separated from their mothers. Metabolism, the transformation by which energy is made available for body uses. Phenotype, the visible or measurable expression of a character, for example, weaning weight, post-weaning gain, reproduction, etc. Hide, skins from cattle. Deoxyribonucleic acid. What does DNA stand for? Renin, an enzyme that curdles milk. Skim milk or non-fat milk, milk from which milk fat has been extracted. Metabolic body size, the weight of the animal raised to the 3/4 power, a figure indicative of metabolic needs and of the feed required to maintain a certain body weight. Sign for female, animal or individual. Sign for female, animal or individual. Embryo, a fertilized ovum in the earlier stages of prenatal development, usually prior to development of body parts. Papillae, the tiny projections found in the rumen which contribute to the absorption capacity of the rumen. Philippine Carballo Exmara buffalo. The mestizo, or hybrid buffalo used partly for milk production in the Philippines, is a cross between the blank and Malakas at Maganda. The first buffaloes produced through in vitro maturation in the Philippines. Free Martin. Female-born twin to a bull calf. Forage. Feedstuffs composed primarily of the whole plant, including stems and leaves that are utilized by cattle. White muscle disease, low fertility. Symptom for vitamin E deficiency. Marbling. The specks of fat distributed in the muscular tissue. It is usually evaluated in the ribeye between the 12th and 13th rib. White blood corpuscles, known as the soldier of the body. N. Letter representation for haploid. Calving. The act of giving birth in cattle. Heterosis or hybrid vigor causes the average superiority of the crossbreds. Rumen bypass. What do you call the technique wherein protein-rich feedstuffs are treated with formaldehyde to escape breakdown by microorganisms in the rumen? Toggenburg. A milk-type goat which originated from the Toggenburg Valley of Switzerland. Bulgarian buffalo. Buffalo breed developed in Bulgaria. Immunoglobulin. The antibodies contained in the colostrum. Regurgitation, remastication, resalivation, rewallowing. The rumination involves the following processes: blank, blank, blank and blank. Magnum. Responsible in the secretion of albumin during egg development. Outcrossing. Mating of individuals that are less closely related than the average of the breed. Pancreatic juice, bile, intestinal juices. The digestive juices secreted in the intestines are blank, blank and blank. Gregor Mendel. The scientist who started the idea of genetics. Luteinizing hormone. A hormone responsible in the release of the ova in the ovary of the chicken. Dystocia. Abnormal size or presentation fetus causing difficulty in delivering it. Production traits. Traits that directly influence cost or revenue from beef cattle production, for example growth rate, feed intake and carcass merit. Napier. The common name of Pennisetum purpureum. Denitrification. The biochemical reduction of nitrate or nitrite to gaseous nitrogen either as molecular nitrogen or as an oxide of nitrogen. Nutritionist, animal physiologist, animal breeder, etc. Examples of careers associated with animal science. Maverick. An unbranded bovine of either sex in the USA and Canada. Holstein Friesian Exile. A popular crossbred dairy cattle used by many dairy raisers in the Philippines. Saliva. The major buffer that helps in maintaining the rumen pH alkaline for the optimum digestion of forages and feedstuffs. Dystocia. Abnormal size or presentation fetus causing difficulty in delivering it. Niacin, thiamine. Another name for vitamin B3 is blank and B1 is blank. Serum. The fluid that remains after blood has clotted. Crossbreeding. Breeding of two different breeds of animal. Milk reprocessing repacking industry. The Philippine dairy industry is sometimes regarded as industry. Anaerobic microorganisms. Microorganisms that biodegrade organic matter without free oxygen. Ice cream. A dairy product in which about 70% of its ingredients come from milk and it is whipped to produce certain overrun while being rapidly frozen. Embryo transfer. Removing fertilized ova from one cow and placing these embryos into other cows, usually accompanied by hormone-induced superovulation of the donor dam. Open. A term commonly used to indicate a non-pregnant female. Calcium carbonate. Major mineral component of chicken egg. Vitamin K. Aside from vitamin B complex, the rumen microorganisms are capable of manufacturing vitamin Al. Introduction of the male semen into the female reproductive organ by mechanical or technical means. 1.8 Services. With your 10 cows, a total of 18 services were rendered to your animals by the AI technician until finally they were all declared pregnant. What is the average number of services per conception of the herd? Blank services conception. N. Letter representation for haploid. Lymph nodes. Pinkish bodies that act as filters and remove foreign matters from the lymph streams. Backcross. It is a crossing of offspring to either with parental genotypes. Ovulation. Release of the female germ cell by the ovary. Tongue. The cattle and buffaloes use their blank and drying feeds into their mouth. Estrogen. A hormone that induces heat. Deoxyribonucleic acid. Aids in the absorption and retention of vitamin E. Karyotype. What do you call the feed offered daily to the animal? Backcross. The mating of a two-breed crossbred offspring back to one of its parental breeds. Example, a Hereford Angus cross cow bred back to an Angus bull. Mitochondria. Responsible in the generation of energy in the form of ATP. Density, pasture height and dm. The dam production of a pasture is a function of pasture blank and blank content of forage. Carcass evaluation. Desirability of a carcass relative to quantity of components plus potential eating qualities. Roughage. Feed that is high in fiber, low in digestible nutrients, and low in energy, for example, hay, straw, silage, and pasture. Red He. A cattle breed with practically red color and it is popular in India. Feeder. Cattle that need further feeding prior to slaughter. Thiamine. Another term for vitamin B1. Monostress. An animal that comes into heat only once a year. Homogenization. The process of breaking up of fat globules whose diameter is around 1 to 18 microns into smaller size of 1 micron or less. Systems approach. An approach to evaluating alternative individuals, breeding programs, and selection schemes that involves assessment of these alternatives in terms of their net impact on all inputs and output in the production system. Calf drop. The number of percentage of calves produced within a herd in a given year relative to the number of cows and heifers exposed to breeding. Tip: where in the tongue can we sense the sweet taste? Denitrification: the biochemical reduction of nitrate or nitrite to gaseous nitrogen either as molecular nitrogen or as an oxide of nitrogen. Immunoglobulin: antibodies content of colostrum. Bile: blood reservoir. Medium fat milk: milk from which milk fat has been partially extracted. Sponge: another name for rumen. Acetic acid: a volatile fatty acid necessary in the formation of milk fat. Animal husbandry refers to the management of animals for the purpose of making profit. Sterilized or ultra-hydrated milk: milk that has been subjected to a high temperature, for example 132 oC for about 1 or 2 seconds. Monohybrid cross: the crossing of single-paired genes for 2 different traits is called. Environment: all external conditions that influence the reproduction, production, and carcass merit of cattle. Poikilogerms: another term for cold-blooded animals. XY: the chromosomes of the male individual. Control and regulate the functions of other genes. Control and regulate the functions of other genes. Water: cheapest and most abundant nutrient. Gizzard: known as the teeth of the chicken. Pedigree: a tabulation of names of ancestors, usually only those of the 3 to 5 closest generations. Bovine: refers to a general family grouping of cattle. Ruminant: mammal whose stomach has 4 parts: rumen, reticulum, omasum, and obomasum. Cattle, sheep, goats, deer, and elk are ruminants. Average daily gain: kilograms of live weight gain per day. Beef, veal: meat from cattle other than calves. Meat from calves is called recessive. The character or trait that failed to be expressed or it is hidden. Inbreeding: what do you call the system of mating used between mating of mother and son? C6H12O6. Chemical structure of carbohydrates. Femur: the bone found in the thigh. Cattle byproduct: product of considerably less value than the major product. For example, the hot and offal are byproducts while beef is the major product. Fertilization: what do you call the carbohydrate found in the milk? Beef, veal. Meat from cattle other than calves. Blank. Meat. IUPLB. An institution mandated to carry out research and training in dairy production and milk technologies. Gen. Appearance, body capacity and memory system. Aside from the criterion mentioned in item 24, the other criteria used in judging dairy animals are and 40 liters. How much water does a cow need if she produces 10 liters of milk? Ducts. Milk from the alveolus flow through the called naturally hornless cattle. Abomasum. Another term for the true stomach. Gametogenesis. What do you call the sex cell division in male animals? F1. To help produce the desired flavor and acidity. Europe, North America. Most of the major dairy cattle and goats breeds originated from end streak canal. It is the opening from the teat cistern to the outside the teat. Heat synchronization. Causing a group of cows or heifers to exhibit heat together at one time by artificial manipulation of the estrus cycle. Hoof. The horny covering of the distal end of the digit of cattle or pig, also known as claw. Biogenesis. The process of gamete formation in mature male. Meiosis. What do you call the sex cell division in male animals? Cud. Another term for bullous. Condensed milk. This is similar to evaporated milk. The only thing is that sugar was added to prevent spoilage. Prolactin. A hormone that stimulates lactosynthesis during pregnancy. Radiation, conduction and convection, sweating, respiration, and through feces and urine. How is it lost or dissipated from the body of animals? Oxygen. The hormone responsible for the contractions of myoepithelial cells during the milk letdown process. Pepsin. Enzyme acting on protein in the true stomach. Fed cattle. Steers and heifers that have been fed concentrates, usually for 90 to 120 days in a feedlot. Feed conversion efficiency. Units of feed consumed per unit of weight gained, also the production per unit of feed consumed. Metabolic body size. The weight of the animal raised to the 3/4 power, a figure indicative of metabolic needs and of the feed required to maintain a certain body weight. Abamasu. The true stomach. Skin. The largest organ of the body. Monohybrid cross. The crossing of single pair of genes for two different traits is called hand milking. Evacuation of milk through the use of hands. Growth hormone prolactin. These hormones are responsible in stimulating general cell growth and development of the mammary gland as well as initiation of lactation. 30. Domestic cattle have blank pairs of chromosomes. Aerobic. Microorganisms that require free oxygen to biodegradable organic matter. Qualitative traits. Those traits in which there is sharp distinction between phenotypes, such as black and white or polled and horned. Butter. The milk fat separated from the liquid and further processed to become concentrated with fat and more palatable. India and Pakistan. Majority of the dairy buffaloes in the world are in blank and blank. Golgi apparatus. Site in the cell where the synthesis of carbohydrates is undertaken. Machine milking. Evacuation of milk from the udder with the use of vacuum or negative pressure, a continuous and the alternative vacuum. Gregor Mendel. The character or trait that failed to be expressed or it is hidden. RBC of the blood. The principal oxygen transport medium that contains iron. Heifer. A female of the cattle species less than 3 years of age that is not born a calf. Roughage. Feeds containing high fiber but low total digestible nutrients. Ovary. The female primary sex or some countries in Europe like and are also known to raise dairy buffaloes. Quantitative traits. Those traits in which there is no sharp distinction between phenotypes, with a gradual variation from one phenotype to another, such as weaning weight. Liver. The largest gland in the body. Stressor. Any external challenge that causes an animal to initiate a physiological, behavioral and immunological response to maintain or achieve its physical integrity and well-being. 411,416,483 days, respectively, or an average of 437 days. What is the average calving interval of a cow with the following calving dates? November 9, 1995, December 25, 1996, February 14, 1998 and June 12, 1999. Blank days. Oxygen. Gas essential to plant growth and it is produced by animals. Estrus. The recurrent restricted period of sexual receptivity in cows and heifers. Calf crop. The number or percentage of calves produced within a herd in a given year relative to the number of calves weaned over number of cows and heifers bred. Heat synchronization. The administration of hormone to a group of female mammals causing them to come into heat at or at the same time. Microbial protein. A byproduct in the breakdown of protein in the rumen, which is required by microorganisms for their growth and synthesis of microbial protein. Anatomy. Study of the structure of the body and the relation of its parts. Artificial insemination. The scientist who started the idea of genetics. Random mating. A system of mating where every female has an equal or random chance of being assigned to any bull used for breeding in a particular breeding season. 12 to 14%. Optimum crude protein content of ration for lactating dairy cattle, blank %. Cow-calf operation. Management unit that maintains a breeding herd and produces weaned cows. Bull. An intact adult male cattle. Concentrate. Feed that is high in energy, low in fiber content and highly digestible. Toning. The blending of locally produced milk containing high fat content, for example buffalo or sheep milk with water and skim milk powder. Radiation. Heat from the sun. National Dairy Authority. The agency mandated to ensure accelerated development of the Philippines dairy industry, created through the National Dairy Development Act of 1995. Growth hormone. The hormone that promotes growth. Fed cattle. Steers and heifers that have been fed concentrates, usually for 90 to 120 days in a feedlot. Saanen. A dairy goat breed characterized by its white or creamy body color. reticulum and epicum. A compartment in ruminants whose tissues are arranged in network resembling a honeycomb. Small intestine, where absorption in the small intestine takes place. Puberty, the age at which the reproductive organs become functionally operative and secondary sex characteristics begin to develop. Calving, the act of giving birth in cattle. Biogenesis, the laws stating that living organisms come from other organisms. Breed, cattle of common origin and having characteristics that distinguish them from other groups within the same species. Gonad, the organ that produces the reproductive cells, the testicle in the male and the ovaries in the female. Vitamins, they are effective in small amounts in preventing nutritional diseases. Cutability, an estimate of the percentage of saleable meat from a carcass versus percentage of waste fat. ET or MOET, transferring of the inseminated embryo to another animal from the donor mother to recipient or surrogate mother. Jersey, a dairy cattle breed with a face having double dish appearance that originated from the island of Jersey. Epithelial cells, the inner lining of alveolus is composed of these cells that specifically secrete the milk in this organ. Chromosomes, long DNA molecules on which genes are located. Pulse, it determines the rate, rhythm, and amplitude of the heart. Dystocia, abnormal presentation of calf at parturition. Colostrum, first milk produced by lactating animals. Birth weight, the weight of a calf taken within 24 hours after birth. Crossbreeding, the condition where there is vitamin A deficiency. Yearlings, animals that is at least 1 year old. Deoxyribonucleic acid, what does DNA stands for? Mammary gland or udder, it secretes milk. Bos indicus, cattle adapted in warm or tropical areas. Exercise, an essential practice to keep a bull in good breeding condition and from becoming vicious. Birth weight, the weight of a calf taken within 24 hours after birth. Finished cattle, fed cattle whose time in the feedlot is completed and are now ready for slaughter. Carcass evaluation, desirability of a carcass relative to quantity of components plus potential eating qualities. Dairy cow unified scorecard, the instrument used in judging dairy cattle. Colostrum, the type of milk secreted by mammals immediately after parturition. Anestrus, absence of estrus female animal. Mitochondria, responsible in the generation of energy in the form of ATP. Yolk, what do you call the yellow part of the egg? Nymphomaniac or chronic puller. An animal that is always in heat due to continuous secretion of estrogen. Non-protein nitrogen. Urea is an example of what type of protein? Rennet extract or acetic acid. Used in coagulating milk to produce cheese. Carbon dioxide. Animals exhale what? Gene. The basic unit of inheritance is known as culling. The process of eliminating less productive or less desirable cattle from a herd. Glycogen. Animal starch. Biotin. Another name for vitamin H. Performance data. The record of the individual animal for reproduction, production, and possibly carcass merit traits included would be birth, weaning and yearling weight, calving ease, calving interval, milk production, etc. Antioxidants. Protects the fat, oil and other fat-soluble vitamins from oxidation. Polled. Naturally hornless cattle. Progeny testing. Evaluating the genotype of an individual by a study of its progeny records. Lagoon. Earthen storage structure with sufficient dilution water added to allow microorganisms to biodegrade and treat organic matter. Lumen. The hollow cavity of the alveolus. Hot iron branding. Type of branding wherein the branding iron is heated in the fire and applied to the desired part of the animal. Stalker. Wean cattle that are fed high roughage diets before going into the feedlot. Weaning. Separating young animals from their dams so that the offspring can no longer suckle. Panting. Another term for hingle after some sort of exercise. Spinal column. Where is blood formed in the body of animals. Dairy character. A criterion used to evaluate the milking ability, lactation, health characteristics and others of a dairy animal during judging. Bullock. Young bull, typically less than 20 months of age. Saliva. Secreted by the salivary gland that helps in the mastication and swallowing of food. Inbreeding. Production of offspring from parents more closely related than the average of a population. Grouping of chromosomes based on similarity of their morphology is known as. Grouping of chromosomes based on similarity of their morphology is known as. Roughage. Feed that is high in fiber, low in digestible nutrients, and low in energy. Breed. A group of animals which have common origin and common characteristics. Clarification filtering. Removal of extraneous matter or dirt from the milk. Puberty. A stage in the life of a female mammal that indicates it has reached sexual maturity. Monohybrid cross. What do you call the system of mating used between mating of mother and son? Genotype. Actual genetic makeup of an individual determined by its genes or germplasm. Beak. Another term for bill. Glen cistern. It is a collection point of all ducks and drains the milk here. Rumen. the largest among the compartments in ruminants and also referred as the paunch. Ruminants. Animal with 4 compartments of stomach. Chromosomes. Long DNA molecules on which genes are located. Cheese. A product rich in milk protein or casein. Sphincter muscle. Controls the draining of milk from the cistern to the street canal. Heredity. The transmission of genetic or physical traits of parents to their offspring. Progeny testing. Evaluating the genotype of an individual by a study of its progeny records. Feed conversion efficiency. Units of feed consumed per unit of weight gained, also the production per unit of feed consumed. Average daily gain. Kilograms of live weight gain per day. Selection. The process in which certain individuals in a population are preferred to others for the production of the next generation. Mechanical, microbial, enzymatic, or chemical. The process of ruminant digestion involves 3 actions: blank, blank, and blank. Pedigree. A tabulation of names of ancestors, usually only those of the 3 to 5 closest generations. Morah. A famous milk-type buffalo from India. Estimate breeding value. An estimate of an individual's true breeding value for a trait based on the performance of the individual and close relatives for the trait. Dry cows. Cows that are no longer producing milk and allowed to rest for the next calving. Bloat. If the gases in the rumen are not passed off, for example through belching, this will result to sperm cell, also known as the male gamete. Back cross. Responsible in increasing the hardness of bones and teeth. Progesterone. Responsible in the development of the duct system of the udder. Heredity. The transmission of genetic or physical traits of parents to their offspring. Crossbreeding. The mating of animals' different breeds. Lime. This compound is applied on acidic soils before establishing a forage pasture. Gizzard. It serves as teeth of the chicken. Alpine. A dairy goat breed which originated from France. Cloaca. What is the organ of copulation of hens? Half-sibs. Individuals having the same sire or dam. Inbreeding. Production of offspring from parents more closely related than the average of a population. Embryo. A fertilizer ovum in the earlier stages of prenatal development, usually prior to development of body parts. Cow. An adult female that has had a calf. Carcass Evaluation. Techniques of measuring components of quality and quantity in carcasses of cattle. Fat-soluble vitamin. The vitamins associated with fats and lipids. milk ejection reflex or milk letdown. The expulsion of milk from the alveoli and small ducts and cisterns is termed blank or blank. Breed. A group of animals which have common origin and common characteristics. Ad libitum. Self-feeding or allowing cattle to consume feed on a free choice basis. Flavored milk. Milk product with flavoring added on it to improve its appeal. Ceca and large intestine. Site of water absorption, fiber digestion and water soluble in chicken. Mammary gland or udder. The organ that secretes milk. 2.25. The energy from fat is how many times higher than the energy coming from carbohydrate? Gene. The basic unit of inheritance is known as standardization. Adjustment of the composition of milk to a desired level. Puberty. The age at which the reproductive organs become functionally operative and secondary sex characteristics begin to develop. 50 to 80 kilograms. Approximate amount of saliva produced by the salivary glands in ruminants and added to rumen each day. Oxygen. Gas carried by the artery. Ca-P-Na-Ci. Minerals most commonly lacking in dairy rations blank, 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 and blank. Fertilization. Union of egg cell and sperm cell. Meat. Tissue of the animal body that are used for food. Teat cistern. The cavity inside the teat and where milk is drained from the gland cistern. Genotype. Actual genetic makeup of an individual determined by its genes or germplasm. 114 days. The length of gestation period of pigs in days. Steer. Bovine male castrated prior to puberty. Calcium. Oyster shell and limestone are good source of what mineral? Beta-carotene. Responsible for the yellow color of cow's milk. CHO. When utilized by the ruminants, the volatile fatty acids are good source of homogenized milk. Milk that has been treated to prevent milk fat separating from the liquid portion and rising to the top. Regurgitation. The process wherein the coarse feed stored in the rumen is forced back to the mouth. Progesterone. Hormone responsible for the growth of the alveoli. Culling. Elimination of low milk yielder cows from the herd. Purebred. An animal of known ancestry within a recognized breed that is eligible for registry in the official herd book of that breed. Milk. A liquid secreted from the udder of mammals that serve as nourishing food their young ones. Kid. Refers to young goat. Purebred. An animal of known ancestry within a recognized breed that is eligible for registry in the official herd book of that breed. Golgi apparatus. Site in the cell where the synthesis of carbohydrates is undertaken. Brown Swiss. A dairy cattle breed with light to dark brown body color and it originated from Switzerland. Radiation, conduction, convection through skin, lungs, feces and urine. means by which heat is lost from the body. XY. The chromosomes of the male individual. Ad libitum. Self-feeding or allowing cattle to consume feed on a free choice basis. Holstein Friesian. Dairy cattle breed which is also known as the black and white cattle. Carcass Evaluation. Technique of measuring components of quality and quantity in carcasses of cattle. Nostril. The organ for smelling. Estrus. The recurrent restricted period of sexual receptivity in cows and heifers. 30. Domestic cattle have pairs of chromosomes. Lactation. Production of milk by the mammary gland or udder. HCI. The compound responsible in making the food acidic in the abomasum. Ayrshire. A dairy cattle breed with red and white marking coming from Scotland. Bones, cartilage, teeth and joints. What are the major organs found or part of the skeletal system? Mastitis. Inflammation of the mammary gland. Libido. Sexual desire. Triangular wedge shape. The shape of dairy cattle that differs with the rectangular shape of beef cattle. Omosum many plies. The compartment with globe-shaped structure, and it contains muscular leaves that squeeze the water out of the partially digested food it receives. Hardware. A disease that may occur in the reticulum due to hardware materials ingested by the ruminant. Yogurt. Fermented milk with custard-like consistency. Breed. Cattle of common origin and having characteristics that distinguish them from other groups within the same species. Selection. Causing or allowing certain individuals in a population to produce offspring in the next generation. Heterosis or hybrid vigor. Causes the average superiority of the crossbreds. Genotype. The genetic makeup of an animal or individual. Open. A term commonly used to indicate a non-pregnant female. Partial weaning. A method employed in raising cows. Fawn. Young deer. Meat. Tissue of the animal body that are used for food. Bovine. Refers to a general family grouping of cattle. Insulin. Used against diabetes. Probiotics. Beneficial bacterial species. Genetics. The phenotypic traits of an animal is a product of the interactions between environment and mammals. Group of animals belonging to the mammalia possessing mammary glands that are used to nourish young ones. Persistency. The degree to which lactation is maintained. Fertilizer. Union of egg cell and sperm cell. Cutability. An estimate of the percentage of saleable meat from a carcass versus percentage of waste fat. Embryo transfer. removing fertilized ova from one cow and placing these embryos into other cows, usually accompanied by hormone-induced superovulation of the donor dam. Dam. General term of female parent. Ratio. Feed fed to an animal during a 24-hour period. Sebaceous gland. It produces oily secretion for the lubrication of the skin. Independent culling method. A method of selection wherein the traits of the animals are considered simultaneously. When the animal falls below the phenotypic value in any trait, it is culled. It is a crossing of offspring to either with parental genotypes. It is a crossing of offspring to either with parental genotypes. Filter, produce antibodies and produce lymphocytes. Functions of lymph nodes. Malakas at Maganda. The first buffaloes produced through in vitro maturation in the Philippines. Bull. An intact adult male cattle. Eructation. The process in which the ruminants eliminate or belch gases from the rumen. Calf drop. The number or percentage of calves produced within a herd in a given year relative to the number of cows and heifers exposed to breeding. Bos taurus. Cattle adapted in temperate areas. Chronic buller nymphomaniac. A cow manifesting constant estrus. Finished cattle. Fed cattle whose time in the feedlot is completed and are now ready for slaughter. Excretory system. The system responsible in cleansing the blood. Concentrate. Feed that is high in energy, low in fiber content, and highly digestible. Culling. The process of eliminating less productive or less desirable cattle from a herd. Calf crop. The number or percentage of calves produced within a herd in a given year relative to the number of calves weaned over number of cows and heifers bred. Guernsey. Also have a double dish appearance and it originated from the island of Guernsey. Hide. Skin from cattle. Genotype. The genetic makeup of an animal or individual. Dystocia. Difficulty in calving due to abnormal presentation fetus. Estrogen. A hormone responsible for the growth of duct and cistern. Bos indicus. Cattle adapted in warm or tropical areas. Random mating. A system of mating where every female has an equal or random chance of being assigned to any bull used for breeding in a particular breeding season. Feeder. Cattle that need further feeding prior to slaughter. Aerobic microorganism. Microorganisms that require free oxygen to biodegrade organic matter. Herd. Group of cattle that are in a similar management program. Production traits. Traits that directly influence cost or revenue from beef cattle production, for example growth rate, feed intake and carcass merit. Heat synchronization. Causing a group of cows or heifers to exhibit heat together at one time by artificial manipulation of the estrus cycle. Epinephrine adrenaline. The hormone that avoids or inhibits the action of oxytocin, hence, little or no contractions in the myoepithelial cells occur. Crossbreeding. Breeding of two different breeds of animal. Inbreeding. The laws stating that living organisms come from other organisms. Lobule. A group of alveoli is termed. Selection. Causing or allowing certain individuals in a population to produce offspring in the next generation. Reconstitution. The process of dissolving milk powder in water. Vitamin K. Avoids bleeding disease. Comfort zone. Another term for thermoneutral zone. Cow. An adult female that has had a calf. Feedlot. Enterprise in which cattle are fed grain and other concentrates for usually 90 to 120 days. Stocking. Blank rate is the number of animals allowed to graze in a particular pasture area. Anaerobic microorganism. Microorganisms that biodegrade organic matter without free oxygen. TDN. Contains low fiber but has high total digestible nutrients. Pasteurized milk. Milk that has undergone the pasteurization process. Karyotype. Grouping of chromosomes based on similarity of their morphology is known as. Eructation. Elimination of gas, for example carbon dioxide produced in the rumen, also known as belching. Cow-calf operation. Management unit that maintains a breeding herd and produces weaned cows. Heat synchronization. The administration of hormone to a group of female mammals causing them to come into heat at or at the same time. Conception. The fertilization of the ovum. Lagoon. Earthen storage structure with sufficient dilution water added to allow microorganisms to biodegrade and treat organic matter. Excretory system. Less number of sweat glands. What makes the buffaloes to stay long under the sun? Feedlot. Enterprise in which cattle are fed grain and other concentrated for usually 90 to 120 days. Mutation. Hide. Skin from cattle. Cultured milk. Milk product with added starter cultures to help produce the desired flavor and acidity. 30. Domestic cattle have blank pairs of chromosomes. Antioxidants. Protects the fats, oil and other fat-soluble vitamins from oxidation. Purebred. An animal of known ancestry within a recognized breed that is eligible for registry in the official herd book of that breed. Inbreeding. Production of offspring from parents more closely related than the average of a population. Half-sibs. Individuals having the same sire or dam. Porcalitgerms. Another term for cold-blooded animals. Anaerobic microorganism. Microorganisms that biodegrade organic matter without free oxygen. National Dairy Authority. National Dairy Authority. National Dairy Authority. dependent on growing conditions rather than time. Indeterminate growth. A group of flowers tightly clustered together. It is a shoot specialized for bearing flowers and bearing no leaves other than bracts. Inflorescence. Modified leaves that are adapted for protecting the flowers. They are often different from foliage leaves. They may be smaller, larger, or of a different color, shape, or texture. They also look different from the parts of the flower. Bracts. A variety of plant that originated and persisted under cultivation, usually those selected for desirable characteristics that can be maintained by propagation. They generally can be distinguished from wild plants. Cultivar. A horticultural technique whereby tissue from one plant is transplanted to another. Grafting. Components of soil. Soil profile and layers. Factors that affect soil character. Soil inorganic particles. Characteristics of sand, silt, clay. Cation exchange capacity. Soil texture. Soil texture triangle. Organic matter, compost, manure, peat moss, leaf mold. Vermiculite. Perlite. Slow-release fertilizer. Key differences between plants and animals. Entomology. Pomology. Olericulture. Floriculture. Viticulture. Scientific versus common name. Nomenclature. An organelle found in plant and algae cells where photosynthesis occurs. Chloroplast. Respiration. Tropisms. A plant hormone that promotes root formation and bud growth. 1. Phototropism. 2. Thigmotropism. 3. Gravitropism. 4. Fruit set and development. 5. Adventitious fruit initiation. Auxin. Synthesized in root apical meristem, transported with water in xylem function. 1. Cell division. 2. Chloroplast development. 3. Leaf senescence inhibition. 4. Bud break. 5. Adventitious shoot initiation. Cytokinins. Only gaseous plant hormone functions. 1. Ripening. 2. Overall sensigns. 3. Induction of flowering in bromeliads. 4. Promotes abscission. Ethylene. Moves in both xylem and phloem functions. 1. Elongation in internose. 2. Induction of flowering in biennials. 3. Phase change. 4. Fruit development. 5. Promotes seed germination. Gibberellins. Functions. 1. Regulation of dormancy in temperate plants. 2. Seed maturation and dormancy. 3. Drought defense. Abscisic acid. Macro and micronutrients. Primary secondary macronutrients. Telephone. Nutrient availability. Nutrient deficiency. Source, role, signs of deficiency. Necessary for chlorophyll, protein and enzyme synthesis and DNA. Or similar plant. Frond. A receptacle in which asexual spores are formed. Sporangia. The protecting film covering the epidermis of leaves, young shoots and other aerial plant organs without periderm. It consists of lipid and hydrocarbon polymers impregnated with wax and is synthesized exclusively by the epidermal cells. Cuticle. Roots above the ground that are almost always adventitious. Aerial roots. A substance through which roots grow and extract water and nutrients. This can consist of native soil but is more commonly an artificial soil composed of materials such as peat moss or compost. Growing medium. Herbaceous. Woody. The main body or stalk of a plant or shrub, typically rising above ground but occasionally subterranean. Stem. A cellular plant tissue from which phloem, xylem, or cork grows by division, resulting in secondary thickening. Cambium. The part of a plant stem from which one or more leaves emerge, often forming a slight swelling or knob. Node. The part of a plant stem between two of the nodes from which leaves emerge. Internode. A compact knob-like growth on a plant that develops into a leaf, flower, or shoot. It is storage for any organ that is waiting for correct conditions to open. Bud. The primary growing point at the top of the stem of a plant. An example is where a flower opens up on a plant. Meristem is present in buds located here. Terminal. Points of growth located at the intersection of the leaf and stem of a plant. The axillary bud is an embryonic shoot located in the axil of a leaf. Lateral. A reproductive process that involves two parents that combine their genetic material to produce a new organism which differs from both parents. Sexual reproduction. A type of asexual reproduction in plants where a new plant is produced from existing vegetative structures. Vegetative reproduction. An unexpected growth in some place random. Adventitious. The flattened structure of a higher plant, typically green and blade-like, that is attached to a stem directly or via a stalk. They are the main organs of photosynthesis and transpiration. No meristem is present on them. Leaf. An arrangement of leaves in which two leaves are directly across from each other growing from a single node. Opposite. An arrangement of three or more leaves, petals, or other organs arising from a single node. Whorled. A leaf with an undivided blade. The shape of the leaf may be formed of lobes, but the lobes do not reach the main vein or the midrib. Simple leaf. The centrovascular tube which transports water and nutrients. Midrib. The stalk between the leaf blade and the stem. Not all plants contain them. Petiole. On stalk leaves that do not possess a petiole, the lamina of the leaf expands directly from the stem. Sessile. Characteristic when the leaf wraps around the stem. Sheath. A leaf in which the blade is fully subdivided and each leaflet of the blase is separated along a main or secondary vein. The middle vein of a compound leaf is called the rushes. Compound leaf. Leaf blades that exist on the same stalk. Leaflet. Pinna equals feather x, oaks. Pinnate. meet at center, palmate, vein, lobe/sinus. A modified organ for functions other than photosynthesis. Examples include tendrils, thorns, and bracts. Modified leaf, tendril. The reproductive organ of a plant consisting of reproductive organs that are typically surrounded by brightly colored corolla and a green calyx. Flower. One of the small flowers making up a composite flower head. An example is the buds on cauliflower or broccoli. Floret. The stem or branch from the main stem of the inflorescence that holds a group of is called a peduncle. Peduncle. The thickened part of the stem from which the flower organs grow. In some accessory fruits, for example the plum and strawberry, this gives rise to the edible part of the fruit. Receptacle. An arrangement of sepals, petals, leaves, stipules or branches that radiate from a single point and surround or wrap around the stem. A whorl consists of at least 3 elements. A pair of opposite leaves is not called a whorl. Whorl. A part of the flower of angiosperms, usually green, sepals typically function as protection for the flower in bud and often as support for the petals when in bloom. A calyx is a whorl of these. This is the whorl of protection. Sepal. Each of the segments of the corolla of a flower, which are modified leaves and are typically colored, they are the whorls of attraction. Petal. The male fertilizing organ of a flower, consisting of a pollen-containing anther and a filament. Stamen. The pollen-containing top of the stamen. Anther. A fine powdery substance, typically yellow, consisting of microscopic grains discharged from the male part of a flower or from a male cone. Each grain contains a male gamete that can fertilize the female ovule, to which pollen is transported by the wind, insects, or other animals. Pollen. The slender stalk of the stamen. Filament. The female organs of a flower, comprising the stigma, style, ovules, and ovary. Pistil. The tube of the pistil in a flower. Style. The sticky pollen-collecting top of the pistil. Stigma. Fertilization versus pollination. A modified leaf or scale, typically small, with a flower or flower cluster in its axil. Bracts are flowers that lack either stamens or pistils and may or may not have sepals or petals. These flowers only contains one gender. Imperfect. A class of angiosperm plants that have leaves with parallel veins, flower parts in multiples of 3, and fibrous root systems. Their primary vascular bundles are scattered throughout the stem, not arranged in a ring. Grasses, palms, lilies, irises, and orchids are examples. They never get woody. Monocot. Dicot. 1. Taproots. 2. Fibrous. 3. Tuberous. Types of roots. A straight thicker root growing vertically downward with subsidiary rootlets forming out from the center. Taproots. Phloem. A type of transport tissue in vascular plants. It brings water and nutrients up from the roots upwards to the leaves. This tissue turns into wood each year. The elements of this tissue are 1. Tertiary, 2. Sclerenchyma, 3. Parenchyma. Xylem. Pith. 1. Reproductive mature. 2. Trigger, transition from vegetation to floral. 3. Formation of flowers in whorls. Requirements for reproduction. The transfer of pollen from male reproductive structures to female reproductive structures in plants. Pollination. A living organism that make energy by performing photosynthesis and is stationary. What is a plant? Horticulture. The adapting of wild plants for human use. Plants are raised for food, work, clothing, medicine, and many other uses. Plant domestication. The study of plants. Botany. The elongated sucking mouth part of certain insects, such as butterflies. They are double-barreled and normally rolled up. Proboscis. Active during the day. Diurnal. Active during and night. Nocturnal. Active during dawn and dusk. Crepuscular. Father of taxonomy, established his classification of living things, famous for animal naming system of binomial nomenclature. Carl Linnaeus. A classification grouping that consists of a number of similar, closely related species. Genus. Second part of scientific name. Specific epithet. An organism's genetic makeup or allele combinations. Genotype. An organism's physical appearance or visible traits. Phenotype. Each organism is slightly different from the other. It can come from sexual reproduction. Variety. Form. A breeding technique that involves crossing dissimilar individuals to bring together the best traits of both organisms. Hybridizing. This section of tissue at the tip of a plant root contains statocytes which are involved in gravity perception in plants, protect meristem in root from being damaged as the roots grow. Root cap. Growth that stops once a genetically predetermined structure has completely formed. Determinant growth. A type of growth characteristic of plants in which the organism continues to grow as long as it lives. It is dependent on growing conditions rather than time. Indeterminate growth. A group of flowers tightly clustered together. It is a shoot specialized for bearing flowers and bearing no leaves other than bracts. Inflorescence. Modified leaves that are adapted for protecting the flowers. They are often different from foliage leaves. They may be smaller, larger, or of a different color, shape, or texture. They also look different from the parts of the flower. Bracts. A variety of plant that originated and persisted under cultivation, usually those selected for desirable characteristics that can be maintained by propagation. They generally can be distinguished from wild plants. Cultivar. A horticultural technique whereby tissue from one plant is transplanted to another. Grafting. Components of soil. Soil profile and layers. Factors that affect soil character. Soil inorganic particles. Characteristics of sand, silt, clay. Cation exchange capacity. Soil texture. Soil texture triangle. Organic matter, compost, manure, peat moss, leaf mold. Vermiculite. Perlite. Slow release fertilizer. key differences between plants and animals. Entomology. Pomology. Olericulture. Floriculture. Viticulture. Scientific versus common name. Nomenclature. An organelle found in plant and algae cells where photosynthesis occurs. Chloroplast. Respiration. Tropisms. A plant hormone that promotes root formation and bud growth. 1. Phototropism. 2. Thecmotropism. 3. Gravitropism. 4. Fruit set and development. 5. Adventitious fruit initiation. Auxin. Synthesized in root apical meristem, transported with water in xylem function. 1. Cell division. 2. Chloroplast development. 3. Leaf senescence inhibition. 4. Bud break. 5. Adventitious shoot initiation. Cytokinins. Only gaseous plant hormone functions. 1. Ripening. 2. Overall syncytins. 3. Induction of flowering in bromeliads. 4. Promotes abscission. Ethylene. Moves in both xylem and phloem functions. 1. Elongation in internose. 2. Induction of flowering in biennial. 3. Phase change. 4. Fruit development. 5. Promotes seed germination. Gibberellins. Functions. 1. Regulation of dormancy in temperate plants. 2. Seed maturation and dormancy. 3. Drought defense. Abscisic acid. Macro and micronutrients. Primary secondary macronutrients. Telephone. Nutrient availability. Nutrient deficiency. Source, role, signs of deficiency. Necessary for chlorophyll, protein and enzyme synthesis and DNA. Nitrogen. Phosphorus. Potassium. Calcium. Magnesium. Sulfur. Iron. Micronutrients not covered above. Plant cell. Composed of cellulose, so is not soluble in H20. Cell wall. The part of a plant that attaches it to the ground or to a support, typically underground, conveying water and nourishment to the rest of the plant via numerous branches and fibers. It is what is in the pod. Roots. The part of a plant that comes up above the ground when it is just beginning to grow, or a new part that grows on an existing plant. It is what is out of the pod, containing the photosynthetic parts of the plant. Shoots. A compact knob-like growth on a plant at a growing point that develops into a leaf, flower, or shoot. It is the location in which new material is being generated. Eye. A technique used for asexual reproduction of plants that do not have a single stem or crown. A few examples would be hostas, mums, ornamental grasses, and many perennial flowers. Propagation by division. a continuously growing horizontal underground stem that puts out lateral shoots and adventitious roots at intervals. They develop from axillary buds. Rhizome. A creeping above-ground horizontal plant stem or runner that takes root at points along its length to form new plants. Stolon. The leaf or leaf-like part of a palm, fern, or similar plant. Frond. A receptacle in which asexual spores are formed. Sporangia. The protecting film covering the epidermis of leaves, young shoots and other aerial plant organs without periderm. It consists of lipid and hydrocarbon polymers impregnated with wax and is synthesized exclusively by the epidermal cells. Cuticle. Roots above the ground that are almost always adventitious. Aerial roots. A substance through which roots grow and extract water and nutrients. This can consist of native soil but is more commonly an artificial soil composed of materials such as peat moss or compost. Growing medium. Herbaceous. Woody. The main body or stalk of a plant or shrub, typically rising above ground but occasionally subterranean. Stem. A cellular plant tissue from which phloem, xylem, or cork grows by division, resulting in secondary thickening. Cambium. The part of a plant stem from which one or more leaves emerge, often forming a slight swelling or knob. Node. The part of a plant stem between two of the nodes from which leaves emerge. Internode. A compact knob-like growth on a plant that develops into a leaf, flower, or shoot. It is storage for any organ that is waiting for correct conditions to open. Bud. The primary growing point at the top of the stem of a plant. An example is where a flower opens up on a plant. Meristem is present in buds located here. Terminal. Points of growth located at the intersection of the leaf and stem of a plant. The axillary bud is an embryonic shoot located in the axil of a leaf. Lateral. A reproductive process that involves two parents that combine their genetic material to produce a new organism which differs from both parents. Sexual reproduction. A type of asexual reproduction in plants where a new plant is produced from existing vegetative structures. Vegetative reproduction. An unexpected growth in some place random. Adventitious. The flattened structure of a higher plant, typically green and blade-like, that is attached to a stem directly or via a stalk. They are the main organs of photosynthesis and transpiration. No meristem is present on them. In moist, wet environments, larvae feed on plant roots and nucellus tissue. Fungus gnats. A type of endoparasite that forms tunnels between the upper and lower epiderms of the leaf as they feed on parenchyma. Leaf miners. Mealy bugs are insects in the family Pseudococcido, unarmored scale insects found in moist, warm climates. Many species are considered pests as they feed on plant juices of greenhouse plants, houseplants, and subtropical trees, and also act as a vector for several plant diseases. Mealy bug. Tiny, often parasitic arachnids living on animals or plants. Mites. Minute insects that suck the juices from plant cells. Scale insects. Thrips feeding on strawberry blossoms cause the stigmas and anthers to turn brown and wither prematurely, but not before fertilization has occurred. Western flower thrip. Whiteflies are tiny, sap-sucking insects that may become abundant in vegetable and ornamental plantings, especially during warm weather. Whiteflies. The caterpillar of a North American moth that has wingless females. Cankerworms consume the buds and leaves of trees and can be a major pest. Cankerworm. Eastern tent caterpillar nests are commonly found on wild cherry, apple, and crabapple, but may be found on hawthorn, maple, cherry, peach, pear and plum as well. Eastern tent caterpillars. The gypsy moth had established itself throughout the Northeast. It is one of the most damaging pests of hardwood forests and urban landscapes, defoliating 1 million or more forested acres annually. Gypsy moth. The Japanese beetle, Papilio japonica numen, is a widespread and destructive pest of turf, landscape, and ornamental plants in the United States. Japanese beetle. These minute insects, colloquially known as hoppers, are plant feeders that suck plant sap from grass, shrubs, or trees. Leafhoppers. These minute insects, colloquially known as hoppers, are plant feeders that suck plant sap from grass, shrubs, or trees. Asian longhorn beetle. Bright green and feeds on ash. Emerald ash borer. White grubs are the larvae of May beetles found in the genus Philophaga, of which there are over 100 different species. White grubs. The apple maggot, also known as a railroad worm, is a pest of several fruits, mainly apples. Apple maggot. The term cabbage worm is primarily used for any of 4 kinds of Lepidopteran whose larvae feed on cabbages and other cole crops. Cabbage worm. The Colorado potato beetle, also known as the Colorado beetle, the 10-striped spearmint, the 10-lined potato beetle or the potato bug, is a major pest of potato crops. Colorado potato beetle. Helicobacter, commonly known as a corn earworm, is a species in the family Noctuida. The larva of the moth Helicobacter is a major agricultural pest. Corn earworm. Cucumber beetle is a common name given to members of 2 genera of beetles, Dibrotica and Acalima, both in the family Chrysomelida. The adults can be found on cucurbits such as cucumbers and a variety of other plants. Cucumber beetle. Synanthedon exotusa, the peach tree borer, is a species of moth in the family Sacido that is native to North America. The adult female of the species has a wingspan of about 3.5 centimeters. Peach tree borer. The plum curculio is a true weevil native to the regions east of the Rocky Mountains in the United States and Canada. Plum curculius. Erwinia is a genus of Enterobacteriaceae, a bacteria containing mostly plant pathogenic species which was named for the famous plant pathologist Erwin Frank Smith. Erwinia. Fire blight, also written fire blight, is a contagious disease affecting apples, pears, and some other members of the family Rosaceae. Fire blight. Botrytis blight. Powdery mildew is a fungal disease that affects a wide range of plants. Powdery mildew. Identify the turfgrass disease depicted in the picture below. Pythium. Destructive parasitic fungi causing brown rot in plants. Phytophthora. One of the fungus diseases that cause root rot in lilies. Rhizoctonia. Thelophoepsis is a small genus of fungi in the order Microascales. The genus includes several important agricultural pathogens. Thelophoepsis. Anthracnose is a group of diseases that cause dark, sunken lesions on leaves, stems, flowers, and fruits. Anthracnose. Parasitic fungi which grow on living plants, reducing the plant's ability to grow and mature. Rusts. Scab. In botany, any of several bacterial or fungal plant diseases characterized by crustaceous lesions on fruits, tubers, leaves, or stems. Scab. Verticillium mold is a wilt disease affecting over 350 species of Utica plants. It is caused by 6 species of Verticillium fungi: V. dahliae, V. alboatrum, V. longisprim, V. nubilum, V. theobromii, and V. trichopus. Verticulum wilt. A fungal disease of elm trees that is spread by elm bark beetles. Dutch elm disease. Fungal wood rot characterized by the breakdown of cellulose. Brown rot. Tobacco mosaic virus is a positive sense single-stranded RNA virus genus Tilbomovirus that infects a wide range of plants, especially tobacco and other members of the family Solanaceae. Tobacco mosaic. Aspergillus is a chronic, systemic plant disease caused by a bacterium-like organism called a phytoplasma. Aspergillus. Processing and marketing of field crops. Agronomy. Cultivation, processing, and marketing trees for wood products. Forestry. Growing, harvesting, storing, processing, and marketing of tree-grown fruits. Pomology. Growing, harvesting, storing, processing, and marketing of vegetables. Olericulture. Growing, harvesting, storing, processing, and marketing of flowering plants. Floriculture. Science and practice of propagating, growing, and selling shrubs and trees for the landscape provides a commercial source of plants. Nursery. Science and practice of planting and maintaining shrubs and trees for the landscape in the home grounds and other areas. Landscape. Industry that produces sod, plants, and maintains home lawns, golf courses, athletic fields, etc. Turf grass. The science and practice of growing, maintaining, and processing grapes. Viticulture. A decorative object, a plant grown for its beauty rather than its use. Ornament. Floriculture and nursery landscape. Ornamental has 2 categories. Landscaping, turf grass, flowering plants, aesthetics. Ornamental horticulture crops are grown for pleasing in appearance. Aesthetics. appearance of homes and buildings add land through horticulture. Ornamental horticulture improves clean air, prevents erosion, provides shade, nutrition. Ornamental horticulture helps $25 billion into U.S. economy, provides jobs, produces food, increases home value through landscaping. Horticulture economic benefits. A multi-billion-dollar industry. Horticulture is $68,250,000. Local county $872 million. State. Lots of risk, work, cost more to grow hort crops than other crops due to more labor and capital unit of land. Intensive production. Continue. Vegetable greenhouses allow the grower to blank growing and work season and profit margin. Population and new home construction. Outlook is for the horticulture industry to grow because of the increase in 10% in value. Well-landscaped houses go up. Landscape architect draws and designs landscapes on paper or with computers. Florist grows flowers, designs and arranges flowers. Chemical scientist, professional occupation that involves researching chemicals to aid in growing plants. Door plantings or gardens for miles, airports, hotels, and restaurants. Horticulture supplies. Industry that markets and sells pots, soil, fertilizer, etc. Turf grass grower. Person in charge of propagating, growing, and marketing turf grass. Grounds maintenance. Cares for land area and plants that surround a business, school, church, industry, or other public or private places that have lawns and plants that have to be maintained. Garden center employee. Cares for plants, moves plants and supplies, arranges and displays plants and supplies, and sells plants and supplies. Park employee. Maintains plants, grounds, buildings, facilities, equipment and driveways in national, state, city, or private works. Plant breeder. Professional occupation which consists of reproducing plants both sexually and asexually, usually employed by major companies or universities. In most propagation is done in labs. Horticulture extension agent. Professional occupation which involves helping homeowners and commercial growers with horticulture problems, employed by counties. Nurseryman. Manages and is in charge of all propagating, buying, and selling of plant stock for a nursery. Green industry employee. Work in jobs that are environmentally friendly and have to do with reusing, recycling, and reducing the carbon footprint. Career. Skills depend on the blank in horticulture. Inside, outside, in a group or alone, working with people or plants, routine tasks or varying tasks, physical strength. Qualifications. Unskilled job. High school education or less. Skilled jobs. Technical degree. For most professional areas, because of the required licenses, paperwork, research, and teaching. Bachelor's, master's, or PhD. Examples of deciduous plants: southern red oak, bald cypress, and red maples are all. Transpiration. The biological term used to describe giving off moisture is biennial. A plant that completes its life cycle in 2 years. Node. The term used to describe the biological place where that plants grow out of the stem is called a deciduous plant. A blank drops its functional leaves during the dormant season. Horticulture. Floriculture, nursery production, and ornamental horticulture all fall under the plant science of landscaping horticulture. Blank is the science and practice or propagating, growing, maintaining, and using plants, shrubs, and trees in the landscape. Agronomy. Blank is the science and practice of growing corn, tobacco, wheat, and soybeans. Olericulture. Blank is the science and practice of growing vegetables. Purpose. One way to distinguish among plant sciences is to look at the blank for which it is grown. Pomology. The science and practice of growing and harvesting fruits and tree nuts is called evergreen plant. A plant that retains its leaves through the dormant season is in perennial. A plant that completes its life cycle in 3 or more years is auxin. Hormones that speed up plant growth by stimulating cell enlargement is photosynthesis. The beginning of the food chain for all living things is caused by the biological process in plants known as light. Photosynthesis can only take place in the presence of floriculture. The science and practice of growing flowers and flowering plants is called examples of evergreen plants. Pines, hollies, and spruces are all. Biology. The science that deals with the origin, history, characteristics, habits, and processes of plants and animals is called zoology. The part of biology that deals with animals is called botany. The part of biology that deals with plants is called forestry. The science and practice of growing, managing, and harvesting trees for building materials or other wood products is called Warm season plants. Blank grow best in warm temperatures during summer and early fall. Cool season plants. Blank grow best in cool temperatures during spring and late fall. Fertilization. Blank is when the pollen travels down the style, joining the sperm and the ovule. Tree. A plant with a woody, single, erect trunk and a definite crown, usually with a minimum height of 15 feet, is a shrub. A plant with several woody stems, low growth habit, not getting over 10 feet, is a ground cover. Blank is a perennial, low-growing plant that thrives in areas that grass won't grow and has a horizontal growth habit. Dormant. Blank is a stage when the plant rests and grows very little in response to adverse conditions like extreme heat and cold. Turgid. The biological term to describe the process when plants are swollen with moisture is wilted. Condition when the plant is limp because it does not have enough water is called gibberellias. Hormones that stimulate elongation, premature flowering and breaking of dormancy are called hormones. Blank are chemicals that inhibit and hasten fruit ripening, inhibit or restrain seed germination and stem elongation. Cytokinins. Hormones that work with auxins to speed up growth by cell divisions are called wilted, turgid. Terms dealing with moisture in a plant. Horticulture, agronomy, forestry. Look at its purpose. 3 areas of plant sciences and how to tell the difference. Pomology, olericulture, floriculture, landscape horticulture. 4 divisions of horticulture. Node, petiole, epidermis. 3 leaf parts. Photosynthesis, fertilization, transpiration. 2 plant processes. Evergreen plant, deciduous plant. 2 terms referring to leaf retention. Cytokinins, gibberellias, auxin. 3 plant hormones. Warm season plants, cool season plants. 2 terms that refer to the effect of weather on plant growth. Biology, zoology, botany. 3 sciences. Scientific name. The unique name of a plant is referred to as the plant's taxonomy. The science of classifying and naming plants. Carl von Linné. The Swedish botanist that developed the binomial system for naming plants was 2 Latin names, a generic name and a specific name. The binomial system gives a plant blank. Taxonomists. Scientists and botanists that identify and classify plants. Generic name / genus. The first word of the scientific name is the specific name / species. The second word of the scientific name is the variety or cultivar name. The third word of the scientific name is the, because it's a worldwide language. Why are names written in Latin? Variety is a species difference that happens in nature, and cultivar is a man-made species difference. What is the difference between variety and cultivar? Characteristics. Plants in the same genus have similar type. Plants in the same species consistently produce plants of the same blank. To avoid confusion. Why is it important to use scientific names instead of common names? Kingdom. The broadest category in the scientific classification system is the algae, fungi, lichens. The divisions in the plant kingdom include what plants? Thallophytes/bryophytes. True mosses, liverworts, include lower plant forms that don't produce stems or leaves. Pteridophytes. Ferns, horsetails, club mosses. Spermatophytes. Flowering and seed-bearing plants. Angiosperm and gymnosperm. Types of spermatophytes. Gymnosperm. Cone-bearing plants that produce open seeds, conifers. Angiosperm. Produce seeds enclosed in an ovary wall, includes flowering plants and grasses. Monocot and dicot. Types of angiosperm. Monocot. One seed leaf. Dicot. Two seed leaves. Parallel. The venation pattern for monocots is pinnate/palmate. The venation pattern for dicots is vines. Blank creep along the ground or climb some type of support using tendrils or aerial roots. Needleleaf and broadleaf. The two types of evergreens are dogwood, cornus, oak, Carcass, pine, pinus, holly, ilex, maple, acer, daylily, Hammericallis, juniper, juniperus, birch, betula, cypress, Cupressus cyperus, cypress, Cummie cyperus, crepe myrtle, Lagerstomia, peach, prunus, pear, pyrus, azalea, rhododendron, arborvitae, fuchsia, fig, ficus. Is the leaf stalk or part that connects the leaf to the stem. Petiole. The vein in the center of a leaf. Midrib. Flat part of leaf. Blade. The structural framework of the leaf. Veins. The edge of the leaf. Margin. Leaf tip. Apex. Epidermis. Upper and lower blank is the skin of the leaf that prevents the loss of too much moisture. Stoma. The small openings under the leaf for breathing or transpiration. Guard cells. Surround the stomates and regulate the open and close of the stomates. Chloroplasts. Small green particles that contain chlorophyll give leaves their green color and are necessary for photosynthesis. Photosynthesis. A process by which plants capture sunlight and use it to convert carbon dioxide and but located at the axil of the leaf. Auxiliary bud. Buds on side of stem. Lateral bud. Vascular tissue that carries water upward from the roots to every part of a plant. Xylem. The vascular tissue in plants that conducts sugars and other metabolic products downward from the leaves. Phloem. Ethan green, actively growing tissue located between the bark and wood and produces all new stem cells. Cambium. An old inactive phloem. Bark. Old inactive xylem. Heartwood. A new active xylem. Septwood. Vascular bundles. Monocots are plant stems that have blank. Each bundle contains both xylem and phloem. They produce one seed leaf. Cambium. Dicots are plant stems that have a phloem layer and a xylem layer separated by blank. The movement of water and minerals through the plant. Translocation. Translocation. Xylem moves nutrients up, phloem moves nutrients down, supports the branches of the plant. Functions of the stem. Rounded, fleshy underground stem that contains stored food. Corm. Layers of scales that overlap each other. Bulb. Food storage area, underground stem. Tubers. Horizontal underground stem. Rhizomes. Horizontally above ground stem. Stolons. Located at the tip of the root and is where new cells are produced. Root cap. Absorb moisture and minerals. Root hairs. outer layer of the root and carries food down the root. Phloem. The inner layer and carries water and minerals up to the stem. Xylem. Roots have many branched shallow roots. They are easy to transplant. Fibrous roots. Long roots with few branched ones. They are more difficult to transplant. Taproots. Anchorage, propagation or reproduction stores food, absorbs minerals and water. Functions of the roots. Leaf-like parts that cover and protect the flower bud. Sepals. Leaves that are modified to attract insects for flower pollination. Petals. Male flower parts. Stamen. Haystack-like structure that contains pollen and the male sex cells. Anther. Short stalk that holds up the anther. Filament. Female part of the flower. Pistil. The sticky part on top of the stem where insects leave pollen. Stigma. Hold of the stigma and connects it to the ovary. Style. If fertilized, it becomes a fruit. Ovary. The eggs or female sex cells that become seeds if fertilized. Ovule. Attract insects, produces pollen for sexual reproduction, protect, nourish, and carry the seeds. Functions of the flower. Has both male and female parts. Complete flower. Has male or female parts. Incomplete flower. When pollen travels down the style joining the sperm in the ovule. Fertilization. The transfer of pollen from the anther to the stigma. Pollination. Pollination of a flower or plant with pollen from another flower or plant. Cross-pollination. The transfer of pollen grains from an anther to the stigma of the same flower. Self-pollination. All auxiliary parts of a flower, not including reproductive organs, the collective term for all petals of a flower. Corolla. The external, usually green or a leafy, part of a flower. It is also a collective term for all sepals of a flower. Calyx. The enlarged tip of a stem on which a flower is born. Receptacle. Protection. Fruit serves as blank for the seeds. Seed dispersal. The function of the fruit is to help with blank. A fleshy fruit which has a central core that usually has 5 seeds and is surrounded by a thick outer layer. Pome fruit. A fleshy fruit which has 1 seed enclosed in a hard stony material. Drupe fruit. An entire ovary that is fleshy and often juicy with thin skin. Berry fruit. Like a berry but with a thick, tough skin. Modified berry fruit. compound fruit composed of many tiny drupes clustered on a single receptacle. Aggregates fruit. Fruits are small and hard and seeds are scattered over the surface of the receptacle. The edible part forms and enlarges the receptacle with seeds usually on the outside. Accessory fruit. A compound fruit formed with several flowers in a cluster. Multiple fruit. The growth of the flower and fruit. Reproductive plant growth. Growth of leaf buds, stems, and roots. Vegetative plant growth. The living substance of a cell. Protoplasm. Surround the protoplasm and allows for the exchange of nutrients and gases into and out of the cell. Plasma membrane. Cytoplasmic bodies within the cell where respiration occurs. Mitochondria. Stores starches, fats, oils, and assists the chloroplasts with photosynthesis. Plastids. 6CO2 plus 6 hours 2O greater than C6H12O6 plus 6O2. Chemical formula for photosynthesis. Carbohydrates. The main product of photosynthesis is oxygen. The side product of photosynthesis is 65 to 85. The best temperature range for photosynthesis. Plant leaves, roots, and stem consume oxygen and give off carbon dioxide. Respiration. Respiration. Opposite of photosynthesis is oxidation process found in all living organisms. Respiration is the breaking down an object using oxygen. Oxidation. Photosynthesis, respiration. Plants produce more blank than they consume through blank. Perspiration. Transpiration is equivalent to human. Temperature, wind, humidity. Climatic conditions that affect the rate of transpiration. Water and minerals enter the plant through cell walls. Osmosis. Light and water. A plant's need for blank is greater than any other need. Sexual and asexual. The two main methods of reproduction are when plants first start to grow. Juvenile vegetative growth. The production of flowers, fruits, and seeds. Reproductive growth. Plants rest and grow very little. Dormant growth. Hardiness zones. The U.S. is divided into blank based on the average minimum temperature for that area. 6, 7, 8. NC has 3 zones. Foot candles. Light is measured in. Plants grow towards light. Phototropism. The effect that the length of the day has on the flowering and reproduction cycle of certain fine and porous. Soil needs to be 3/4 full. Fill the germination tray with soil until it is 1/2 to 1 inch apart. Space seeds in trays. None. Cover tiny seeds. A little. Cover medium seeds. 1 to 1/2 times their diameter in dirt. Cover large seeds. Mist system. Place the seeds under a seed name and date. Label flat pot with light, moisture, oxygen, and 65 to 85 degree temperature. Place the germination trays in a greenhouse that has small plants that have germinated. Seedlings. Their true leaves show up. Transplant seedlings when process of moving plants outdoors for a portion of the day to gradually introduce them to the direct sunlight, dry air, and cold nights. Hardening off. One part bleach and 10 parts water. Sterilize flats in. Vegetative reproduction. Asexual reproduction is also known as in the morning. Best time to take cuttings 70 to 80. Temperature for rooting cuttings 4 inches deep needs to allow oxygen and moisture for rooting. Soil for rooting cuttings. Cutting a plant into pieces. Division. Breaking off the natural structure of a plant. Separation. Joining two different plants to make a union as one. Grafting. Top of graft. Scion. Meeting of graft parts. Union. The bottom half of a grafted plant. Rootstock. Repair damaged trees, improve disease resistance of trees, modify plant growth characteristics. Grafting advantages. Grafting but with a bud. Budding. Make new plant while it's still attached to the mother plant. Layering. A type of layering in which the stem is girdled, the cut is dusted in rooting hormone, and the dusted cut is covered with moss. Air layering. A type of layering in which shoots on established plants are cut back to the base annually and mounded over with rooting media at intervals during growth to stimulate rooting. Mound layering. New plants form at each along the stem while still attached to the plant. Trench layering. Produces the most plants in the shortest period of time. Tissue culture. 5 layers or horizons. The soil profile is made of rich in organic material, most fertile layer, various stages of decomposition, dark in color. O horizon. Decomposing organic matter that forms in the soil. Humus. Soil depth that is tilled by farmers lies just below the O horizon and is home to earthworms and other soil organisms, usually brown in color. Topsoil or A horizon. Layer just below topsoil, usually a clay soil that is high in mineral content, reddish-brown in color. Subsoil. Contains clumps of unweathered rocks. Parent material or C horizon. Cannot be dug by hand, few roots can penetrate the bedrock. Midrock or D horizon. Minus 25% water, minus 25% air, minus 45% inorganic material, minus 5% organic material. Field soils ideally consist of solid particles and pore space. 50% of the soil should be blank and the other half should be blank. Water. Pore space with about half of it filled with. The space between soil particles. Pore space is. The bigger pore space you have, the bigger the particle. The size of the soil particles. Texture. Largest soil particle, pore holder of nutrients and water, has the largest pore spaces, which results in good aeration and drainage, good media for germinating seeds. Sand. Medium-sized particles, good moisture and nutrient holding. Silt. Smallest soil particle, which results in smallest pore spaces leading to poor drainage and aeration, high water and nutrient hold capacity. Clay. Equal parts of sand, silt, and clay in a soil mixture, the ideal soil mixture for most non-container outside plants. Loam. How soil particles are organized and clumped together. Soil structure. Blocky, granular, columnar, massive, platy, prismatic. Types of soil structure. Loose. Sandy soils have a blank structure. Granular. Silty soils have a blank texture. Blocky or platy structure. Clay soils have a blank structure. Is the best structure for most plants. Granular structure. Nurserymen. Soil structure is more important to blank than to greenhouse growers due to the fact that most nursery stock is field grown. Measurement of the soil's acidity or alkalinity. Soil telephone. Acidic. 0 to 7. Neutral. 7.0. Basic. 7 to 14. 5.5-6.5. Most ornamental horticulture plants grow best in a slightly acidic soil with a pH of lime. Raise pH by adding calcium or sulfur. Lower pH by adding pH meter or soil test. Measure pH by using a acidic. Most organic matter is neutral. Most artificial matter is dead plant or animal tissue contains carbon, usually has diseases or insects. Organic material. Number 1 ingredient for nursery soils. Promotes drainage, makes mix heavier. Particle is too large to use in seed germination. Tree bark. Most commonly used growing media component and consists of decomposing dead vegetation or plant materials, mined from swamps and has good moisture holding properties. Peat moss. Used for conditioning soil and fertilizer. Compost. Dehydrated remains of acid bog plants that holds moisture and is very acidic, commonly used to line wire hanging baskets. Sphagnum moss. Minerals and rocks that have been broken down due to weathering do not contain carbon and are usually sterile. Inorganic mineral material. Micromineral matter used to start seeds and cuttings, helps down moisture, has a neutral telephone. Vermiculite. Natural volcanic material that helps aeration and drainage. Perlite. How well soil can retain water. Water holding capacity. Amount of airspace between soil particles. Porosity. The rate at which water moves through the soil. Permeability. Used to cover soil to help hold moisture, prevent weeds. Mulch. Sawdust or wood shavings. Blank have a high carbon to nitrogen ratio, making nitrogen unavailable for plant use. Something added to soil to improve its physical properties. Soil amendment. Necessary for proper amounts of oxygen to get to the roots for development. Aeration. Sterile pH is neutral, disease and weed-free, easy to control, nutrients, improves crop uniformity, can mix for certain seeds, good for starting disease-sensitive seeds. Man-made soil advantages. Expensive, lightweight. Man-made soil disadvantages. Elements needed by hardiness. Potassium functions. Mottled, spotted, streaked or curled leaves, scorched, burned dead leaf tips or margins. Potassium deficiency symptoms. Improves plant vigor, influences intake and synthesis of other plant nutrients or elements, improve part of the cell walls. Calcium functions. Small developing leaves and wrinkled older leaves are evident. Dead stem tips are evident. Calcium deficiency symptoms. Influences the intake of other essential nutrients, helps make fats, assists in translocation of phosphorus and fats. Magnesium functions. Interveinal chlorosis is the yellowing of leaves between green veins. Leaf tips are curled and cupped upward, causes slender, weak stems. Magnesium deficiency symptoms. Promotes root growth and vigorous vegetative growth, essential to protein formulation. Sulfur functions. Young leaves are light green with lighter color veins. Leaves are yellow and stunted. Sulfur deficiency symptoms. Is essential for chlorophyll production, helps carry electrons to mix oxygen with other elements. Iron function. Mottled and interveinal chlorosis are found in young leaves, causes stunted growth and slender, short stems. Iron deficiency symptoms. Helps with the use of iron, helps with respiration. Copper functions. Young leaves are small and permanently wilted, multiple buds at stem tips. Copper deficiency symptoms. Helps with the plant's metabolism, helps form growth hormones, helps with plant reproduction. Zinc functions. Slows growth between nodes. New leaves are thick and small, spots between the veins and discolored veins. Zinc deficiency symptoms. It affects water absorption by the roots. It translocates or moves sugars throughout the plant. Boron functions. It causes short, thick stem tips. The young leaves of terminal buds are light green at the base. The leaves become twisted and die. Boron deficiency symptoms. Is used for plant development, is used for reproduction. Molybdenum functions. Stunted plant growth is evident. It causes yellow leaves, upward curling leaves and leaf margin burn. Molybdenum deficiency symptoms. It helps the plant's metabolism. It helps with nitrogen transformation. Manganese functions. Interveinal chlorosis is evident. The young leaves die. Manganese deficiency symptoms. Essential to some plant processes, acts in the enzyme system. Chlorine functions. Usually there are more problems with too much chlorine or toxicity than with a deficiency. Chlorine is found in the soil. Chlorine deficiency symptoms. Hydrogen, carbon, oxygen. 3 non-mineral nutrients that plants get from the atmosphere. Plants are not getting one or more of the nutrients required to grow. Nutrient deficiency. Plants are not getting one or more of the environmental elements required to live and grow. Environmental deficiency. Soil test or plant tissue test. The best and most accurate way to determine the nutrient needs of the soil is to take a Fertilizer Analysis. The 3 numbers on a bag of fertilizer are called nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. The three numbers on the fertilizer analysis stand for toxicity, the opposite of deficiency is plant stunting, leaf burn, root damage. Overfertilization can lead to expresses the percent by weight of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Fertilizer analysis. A comparison of the amount of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in a fertilizer. Fertilizer ratio. Contain all three primary nutrients. Complete fertilizers. Plants receive all essential nutrients. Complete fertilizer advantages. Some plants do not need all the essential nutrients. Complete fertilizer disadvantages. At least one of the primary nutrients is missing. Incomplete fertilizer. Good for plants that need a selective nutrient. Incomplete fertilizer advantages. Does not provide all the nutrients plants need. Incomplete fertilizer disadvantages. Come from plant or animal matter and contain carbon compounds. Organic fertilizer. Slow release of nutrients, not easily leached from the soil. Add organic components to growing media, improves water holding capacity. Organic fertilizer advantages. Hard to get, smells and heavy, expensive, not sterile, low nutrient content. Organic fertilizer disadvantages. Come from sources other than animals or plants. Inorganic fertilizer. No organic material, possible chemical building up in growing media, leaches out in heavy rain or irrigation, high acid concentration which leads to high acidity in the soil. Inorganic fertilizer disadvantages. It contains the three essential nutrients and can make the desired ratio of nutrients easy to get and lower cost. The fast release makes it readily available to plants. Inorganic fertilizer advantages. Dissolves in water and are applied as a liquid solution. Soluble fertilizers. Includes granular and slow-release fertilizers applied to the growing media. Insoluble fertilizer. Relatively inexpensive, easy to find. Granular fertilizer. More expensive than granular because it is coated, gives a more uniform release of the nutrients over time. Slow-release fertilizer. Methods should be practical, effective, and cost-efficient. Methods affect nutrient availability. Fertilizer must be dissolved and reach plant roots. 3 general rules for applying fertilizer. Placing a band of fertilizer about 2 inches to the sides and about 2 inches below seed depth. Do not place below seeds because the fertilizer will burn roots. Banding. Placing a band of fertilizer near the soil surface and to the sides after seedlings emerge from the soil. Side dressing. Mixing fertilizer uniformly into the top 1 to 2 inches of growing media around the plant. Top dressing. Placing fertilizer in 12 to 18 inches holes drilled 18 to 24 around the canopy drip line of fruit trees. Cover the holes and the fertilizer slowly dissolves. Perforating. Spreading fertilizer to cover the entire production area. Broadcasting. Incorporating water-soluble fertilizer into the irrigation system of greenhouse and nursery crops. Concentrated solutions usually pass through proportioners or injectors to dilute to the correct ratio. Fertigation. Simple and inexpensive, less accurate. It depends on water pressure in the hose and in the smaller tube to proportion. Example, hose-on. Venturi type fertigation. Physically inject and mix specific amounts of concentrated solution and water. More expensive, very accurate. Positive displacement. Spraying micronutrients in a solution directly on the plant leaves, used to quickly correct nutrient deficiencies, but if fertilizer concentration is too high, leaf burning will occur. Foliar spraying. Irregular growth reduction in plant quality, variable nutrient holding capacities in soil, loss of investment, time, and labor. Uneven distribution of fertilizer. Frequency of watering, type of plant being grown, time, season of the year, type of media being used. Fertilizer schedule considerations. A plant disorder caused by an infectious pathogen or agents. Disease. Host plant disease needs to be present. Environment must support disease development. 3 conditions needed for diseases in plants. Single-celled microorganisms, example, blights and leaf spots. Bacteria. Cannot make their own food, develop IV, reproduce through spores. Fungus. Pathogens with extremely narrow host range and are usually a threat to crops. Most common is tobacco mosaic virus. Virus. Mistletoe daughter lichens. Parasitic plants. Identified. Plant diseases must be blank before they can be treated. These factors of greenhouse plant production make most diseases worse because of environmental conditions that support disease-causing pathogens. Temperature and humidity. Prevention. Blank of plant diseases is better than treatment. Cause plants to quickly turn brown or black as if they had been burned, and shepherd's hawk. Blights. Causes discolored areas and wounds on woody plant stems. Canker. A fungal disease that causes young plants and seedlings to rot off at soil level. Damping off. Round tumor-like growths or swellings on plants. Galls. Rings in shades of brown, green, or yellow that make spots on leaves. Leaf spots. White or gray spots on the top of the leaf. Powdery mildew. Purple spots on the bottom of leaf. Downy mildew. Caused by viruses, results in discolored areas of leaves with patterns ranging from dark green, light green, yellow to white. Mosaic. Attacks peppers, tomatoes, poinsettias, and tobacco plants can be transferred from the hands of a smoker. Wash hands thoroughly before working with plants. Tobacco mosaic virus causes plant to decay and die. Rots causes small spots on leaves that resemble red, orange, brown, or red rust mainly under the leaves. Rust. Black powdery disease that causes black blisters that burst open releasing black spores. Smut. Clogs the xylem in the plant stem which causes the plants to wilt. Wilts. Natural barriers such as rivers, woods, mountains, and predators to control insects. Natural control. Lady beetles or ladybugs, parasitic wasp, praying mantis, lasewings, predatory mites. Biological control. Aphids. Ladybugs. Caterpillar, butterfly, or moth eggs or pupa. Parasitic wasps. Any pest. Praying mantis. Soft-bodied insect, mites, or eggs. Lasewings. Spider mites. Predatory mites. By identifying, preventing, and monitoring pests with the least amount of danger to the environment. IPM focuses on pest prevention. Effective and environmentally sensitive approach to pest management. According to the EPA, IPM is an identify the pest tricultural methods of control. Monitoring new infestations. Traps may be used to use less risky pest control methods like pheromones and traps. Last resort is target chemical spraying. Steps to integrate IPM. Mandate label language and standards. Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act. Responsible for interpreting labeling standards and ensure that they are followed. EPA. To use this product in a manner inconsistent with its labeling. It is a violation of federal law. On the label which is on the container. Required label information must be restricted use pesticide statement, product name, trademark and brand, ingredient statement, name, percentage by weight of each active ingredient, keep out of reach of children. Label info. Appear on the front panel of the label. Signal words. Highly toxic in at least one category. Toxicity category 1. Danger. Is moderately toxic in at least one category. Toxicity category 2 may be lethal if swallowed. Warning. Is slightly toxic in at least one category. Toxicity category 3. Caution. statement of practical treatment that states what to do if a person swallows poison or is poisoned will have a toll-free phone for the National Pesticides Information Center. First aid statement. Measure of contents. Net contents, net weight. Identifies the facility that produced the product, allows for tracking products. EPA registration and EPA establishment. Identifies who produced or registered the product. Company name and address. Hazards to humans and domestic animals. First aid. Environment hazard, physical and chemical hazard. Precautionary statements. Identifies the particular route and rate of exposure as well as precautions. Hazards to humans and domestic animals. For various routes of exposure. First aid. Indicates that the product may have undesirable effects in the environment, especially to wildlife. Environmental hazard. Informs individuals of specific fire or explosion hazards. Physical or chemical hazard. Including mixing and application for various pests. Tells how to legally use the product. Includes information about site, pest controlled, application method, rate of application, and timing of application. Directions for use. Mask, overalls, respirators, goggles, gloves, boots, long-sleeve shirt, long-sleeve pants. Examples of PPE. How much time must pass before re-entering a treated area? Re-entry time. Store chemicals in original container. Storage and disposal instructions. PPE re-entry time, storage and disposal instructions, warranty statement. Worker protection procedures. States to watch for runoff, avoid applying on windy days, and keep pesticides out of stormwater sewer drains. General environmental statement. General use, purchased and applied by the general public. Restriction use, purchased by a licensed applicator and applied under supervision. Unclassified, do not meet the minimum requirements to be included in general use pesticides. Pesticide classification. 5 to 8 years. Length of time a pesticide must be experimented on. Pesticide purpose, use, classification, brand / common name, chemical name / formulation, signal word / antidote, precautionary / re-entry statement, directions for use, storage / disposal, method, name and address of manufacturer, EPA registration and establishment, net contents. Items on EPA approved chemical label. Lock storage area, keep pesticide in its original container. Stack pesticide products properly. Store powder granular pesticides on shelves. Separate insecticides and herbicides. Keep heat, fire away from flammable compounds. PPE. Steps for storing pesticides. Triple rinse, puncture holes, sent to agency to burn containers. Dispose of pesticide containers. Any organism that damages or competes with plants. Pest. Insects or insect-like things, disease-carrying pathogens, weeds. 3 group of plant pests are quality and yield. Pests reduce the blank of plants. Insects or insect-like organisms. tiny animals that crawl and fly. Wasps, bees, and butterflies. 3 beneficial insects. Metamorphosis. Most insects undergo non-adult stage that does most damage to crops. Chewing, piercing, sucking, rasping, sucking, siphoning, sponging. 5 mouth parts. Can tear, chew, and grind food. Example, grasshoppers, beetles. Chewing. Puncture epidermis and suck sap out of plant. Example, aphids, scale, whiteflies, Mealy Bugs. Piercing, sucking. Break or rasp plant surface and suck sap out of the plant. Example, thrip. Rasping, sucking. A coiled tube which is dipped into nectar to suck it up. Example, moth butterflies. Siphoning. 2 sponge-like structures that collect liquid food and move it into the food canal. Example, housefly. Sponging. Eat leaves, stems, flowers, fruit, and nuts. Beetle damage. On the type of mouth part. Insect damage depends. Small pear-shaped insects about the size of a pinhead, known as plant lice, cause stunted growth and spots on leaves, also cause sticky substance and black mold. Aphids. Contact chemicals, fumigants, or ladybugs. Aphid control. Usually attack stem but can eat other parts. Cutworm. The larvae of a butterfly or moth eat young leaves and stems and roll up leaves, which makes them curl. Caterpillar. Stomach poison. Best chemical control for chewing mouth parts. Eat all plant parts. Grasshopper. Thorax, head, abdomen. 3 bug body parts. Egg, larva, pupa, adult. Complete metamorphosis. Egg, nymph, adult. Incomplete metamorphosis. Actively feeding or moving. Insects must be killed when they are. Appears as black or brown raised lumps attached to stems and undersides of leaves, causing yellow leaves and stunted growth. Use a systemic poison for control. Scale. Cause plants to look unhealthy, lose their normal color, and wilt. Leaf bugs. Pierce and suck from underside of leaves and in leaf axils, causing yellow appearance and sticky secretions. Control with fumigants or contact poisons. Mealy bugs. Chew and then suck, causing plant tissue to become speckled or white, leaf tip to wither, curl up and die. Thrips. Feed on underside of young leaves, causing yellowing. Shake to see if white specks come off. Use contact poisons or fumigation. Whiteflies. Attack underside of leaves, causing gray to grayish-green spots. Severe infestations cause webbing. Webbing is evident in severe infestations. Mites. a method of pest control that involves the use of naturally occurring disease organisms, parasites, or predators to control pests. Biological control. Control of pests through the use of herbicides, fungicides, or insecticides to kill pests. Chemical control. Enter the pest through the integument and cause death by messing with their nervous system. Contact poisons. Toxic gases such as methylbromine that are used to kill pests. Fumigants. Pesticides that enter the pest during feeding through their mouth parts and digestive system and cause death by poisoning. Stomach poisons. Absorbed by a host insect or plant and get distributed throughout its tissues, more effective for controlling sucking insects. Systemic poisons. Involves sanitation, removing insect breeding and hiding areas, and using insect-resistant plant varieties. Cultural control. Uses physical control with traps to eliminate plants. Mechanical control. Uses natural barriers to control insects. Natural control. Physically isolates insects from healthy plants. Quarantine. A combination of control methods. Integrated pest management. Chemical control. Last alternative should be an accurate fertilizer recommendation for growing plants. Soil sampling and testing is essential for lime and NPK. Soil samples determine the need for 4 inches deep. Take lawn samples 6 inches deep. Take field samples 2 inch. There is a blank difference between lawn and field samples. Organic material. Remove any blank from soil used for testing. A pint. Use about blank to represent the soil. A number. Put blank on the soil carton. Keep record of where samples were taken. Draw a map in blank. Touch. Never blank a soil sample. Put the sample in a plastic bag. Never blank. Acidic. 0 to 7. Neutral. 7. Alkaline. 7 to 14. Slightly. 0.5 from 7. Moderately. 0.5 to 1 from 7. Extremely. Greater than 1 to 2. Severely. 2 parts per million. ppm. Square feet. Square foot. Age teacher Coop extension agent people who work cell test reports. For more info or assistance needed, contact Fertilization Program Lime Application Crops to grow other treatments for soil. The report will provide results and suggest a determines levels of NPK. Fertility test. Soil tube, spade, soil auger, bucket, garden trowel. Soil extraction tools. Bradford tire. Pyrus Calariana. Pin oak. Carcass palustris. Willow oak. Carcass fellows. Sweet gum. Liquidum styriciflua. Southern magnolia. Magnolia grandiflora. Flowering crabapple. Malus sp or CV. Eastern white pine. Pinus strobus. Loblolly pine. Pinus tita. Japanese flowering cherry. Prunus cerulotic wanzin. Japanese maple. Acer palmatum. Red maple. Acer rubrum. River birch. Betula nigra. Eastern redbud or Judas tree. Cercis canadensis. Flowering dogwood. Cornus florida. Lilian cypress. Excretory Saparis leilandi. Crepe myrtle. Lagerstormia indica CV. Columnar plant form. Looks like an oval. Oval plant form. Shaped like a triangle. Pyramidal tree form. Circle shaped. Round tree form. Branching out. Spreading tree form. Droopy. Weeping plant form. Simple leaf form. Palmately divided. Odd pinnately divided. Even pinnately divided. One leaf at each node. Alternate leaf arrangement. 2 leaves per node. Opposite leaf arrangement. 3 or more leaves per node. Whorled leaf arrangement. Pinnate venation. palm venation. Heart-shaped. Cordate leaf. Triangular. Deltoid leaf. A leaf tapers at both ends but is still longer than it is wide. Elliptical leaf. Lance-shaped, longer than wide with sides curves broadest below the middle. Lanceolate leaf. Sides more or less parallel, longer than wide. Linear leaf. Spatulate leaf shape. Widest near base. Ovate leaf shape. Needle-like modified leaves. Scale-like modified leaves. Awl-like modified leaves. Crenate leaf margins. Dentate leaf margins. Entire leaf margins. Lobe leaf margins. Serrate leaf margins. Not hairy, surface smooth. Glabrous surface. Soft short hairs on leaf. Pubescent leaf. Sandpaper-like. Scabrous. An organized way of carrying out a business meeting. Parliamentary Procedure. A well-known set of specific rules for running a meeting in a formalized manner. Robert's Rules of Order. Focus on one thing at a time. Helps prevent confusion. Courtesy to everyone. Recognize before speaking. Rule of majority. Keeps unpopular ideas from being adopted. Protect rights of minority. All sides can make motions, second motions, discuss and vote. Symbol of authority. Gavel. Sit down or adjourn. One tap. Come to order. Two taps. To stand. Three taps. Stop someone from talking and gain order. Multiple taps. Saying aye or no. Voice voting. Standing or showing hands. Rising voting. A written vote. Secret ballot voting. Each member says vote when name is called. Roll call voting. Least number of members who must be present for a legislative body to conduct business. Majority. Quorum. I move that, or I move to. Making a motion. I second that motion. Seconding a motion. 1. Only blank motion can be discussed at a time. Addition, substitution, or striking out. Amending a motion. To place the question temporarily in a committee. Refer to a committee. When you believe that there has been a parliamentary error. Point of order. Set main motion aside temporarily in order to handle more important matters. Lay the table. Calls for a counted vote or revote. Division of the House. Speeches that give information. Informative speech. Speech to change or sway someone's mind of the audience to align with the message of the speaker. Persuasive speech. Speeches are given with little or no forethought. Extemporaneous speech. Grabs the attention of your audience. Introduction. Begins with the main points of your speech. Arrange them in logical order. Body. Summarizes the main points of your speech. Conclusion. Be enthusiastic, smile, use gestures, have good eye contact, be sincere. Things you must do for giving a speech. Gain work experience in agriculture and build life skills. The purpose of SAE is to earn money. Some SAEs allow you to outside of the classroom. SAE projects are completed. Planning, implementing, operating, and assuming financial risks in an agricultural business or farming activity. Entrepreneurship SAE. Planning and conducting an agricultural experimental using the scientific process of the scientific method. Experimental SAE. Identifying an agricultural problem that cannot be solved by experiments and design a plan to investigate and analyze the problem. Analytical Sae. Placing students in jobs outside the regular classroom hours and may be paid for work. Placement Sae. A program that allows a student to become involved in learning a variety of subjects about agriscience and careers related to agriculture through observing, shadowing, or helping. Exploratory SAE. An unpaid project that improves a physical item's efficiency, value, or living conditions. Improvement SAE. Performing one specific skill outside the normal class time, not related to a major SAE. Supplementary SAE. Review of literature, hypothesis, data log, findings, recommendations. Experimental entries in a record book. Type of enterprise, amount bought and sold, expenses, income, efficiency factors. Entrepreneurship entries in a record book. Title of activity: Identification of problem, background info, steps to solve problem, project log of what was done, results, recommendations. Analytical entries in a record book. Training agreement signed student, teacher, employer, and parent or guardian stating which each will do, record of work, hours, income. Placement entries in a record book. Date, activity, observation, comments, hours. Exploratory entries in a record book. Date started, date ended, improvement activity and steps or tasks involved in the project, hours, costs. Improvement entries in a record book. Date, supplementary activities and comments, hours. Supplementary entries in a record book. A financial statement of a business that reports the profit made by the business or the losses incurred. Profit and loss statement. Items owned by the business or individual, any tangible item of value owned. Assets. Items that can be turned into cash or sold in 1 year. Current assets. Items with a life of more than a year. Non-current assets. Anything owed. Liabilities. Debts to be paid this year. Current liabilities. Debt not due this year. Non-current liabilities. Record of all financial transactions includes assets and liabilities. Financial statement. Assets, liabilities, how much your business is worth. Net worth. Loss in value of assets due to age, use, technology, or change in market demand. Depreciation. Depreciate in value. Things sold within a year can depreciate in value. Things not sold in a year. List of goods and values owned by a business with a beginning value and depreciating value. Inventory. Liability, anything that costs money you owe for. Expense. Everything made. Gross income. Gross income minus expenses. Net income. Papers showing the sale of an item when it is bought or delivered and given to the purchaser. Receipt. Given to the customer when charging to an account, should include description of purchase amount including sales tax and signature of purchaser. Sales ticket. An itemized list of merchandise and a list of prices. Invoice. Money used to pay charges on your account. Accounts payable. Money paid for charges on accounts of your customers. Accounts receivable. Responsible for customer satisfaction should enjoy meeting and talking to people, calculate prices in their head, know about what you are selling. All sales employees are. Beauty creates jobs, improves the environment, oxygen provides food, provides medicine. Why is horticulture important? Cultivation, processing and marketing of flowers, ornamental trees, vegetables, fruits, and nuts. Horticulture definition. Cultivation, processing and marketing of field crops. Agronomy. Cultivation, processing and marketing trees for wood products. Forestry. Growing, harvesting, storing, processing and marketing of tree-grown fruits. Pomology. Growing, harvesting, storing, processing and marketing of vegetables. Olericulture. Growing, harvesting, storing, processing and marketing of flowering plants. Floriculture. Science and practice of propagating, growing, and selling shrubs and trees for the landscape, provides a commercial source of plants. Nursery. Science and practice of planting and maintaining shrubs and trees for the landscape in the home grounds and other areas. Landscape. Industry that produces sod, plants, and maintains home lawns, golf courses, athletic fields, etc. Turf grass. The science and practice of growing, maintaining and processing grapes. Viticulture. A decorative object, a plant grown for its beauty rather than its use. Ornament. Floriculture and nursery landscape. Ornamental has two categories. Landscaping, turf grass, flowering plants, aesthetics. Ornamental horticulture crops are grown for pleasing in appearance. Aesthetics. Appearance of homes and buildings, add land through horticulture. Ornamental horticulture improves clean air, prevent erosion, provide shade, nutrition. Ornamental horticulture helps $25 billion into U.S. economy, provides jobs, produces food, increases home value through landscaping. Horticulture economic benefits. A multi-billion-dollar industry. Horticulture is $68,250,000. Local county. $872 million. State. Lots of risk, work, cost more to grow hort crops than other crops due to more labor and capital unit of land. Intensive production. Continue. Vegetable greenhouses allow the grower to blank growing and work season and profit margin. Population and new home construction. Outlook is for the horticulture industry to grow because of the increase in 10% in value. Well, landscaped houses go up. Landscape architect draws and designs landscapes on paper or with computers. Florist grows flowers, designs and arranges flowers. Chemical scientist, professional occupation that involves researching chemicals to aid in growing plants. Grounds maintenance provides a commercial source for purchasing trees and shrubs. Golf course employee responsible for maintenance of golf courses including turf grass, irrigation, drainage, sand traps, trees, shrubs, and equipment. Greenhouse employee works in an artificial climate, grows vegetables, cut flowers, bedding plants, potted plants, and hanging baskets in a greenhouse, performs both sexual and asexual plant propagation. Landscape contractor purchases plants, plant the plants, and construct many structures used in the landscape. Seed production industry that focuses on the sexual propagation of plants by producing and collecting seeds for future sales and crops. Greenhouse grower manages and controls all buying, growing, and selling of crops grown by greenhouse range. Plant scientist Professional occupation which involves researching plants for new varieties or finding traits that make them resistant to pests or climate, employed by private companies or universities. Landscaping. Planning and arranging the grounds of homes and businesses. Nursery employee. Identifies plants, propagate asexually plants, grows siblings and plants for landscaping, replanting in forests or producing fruit trees. Interiorscape designer. Designs indoor plantings or gardens for malls, airports, hotels, and restaurants. Horticulture supplies. Industry that markets and sells pots, soil, fertilizer, etc. Turf grass grower. Person in charge of propagating, growing, and marketing turf grass. Grounds maintenance. Cares for land area and plants that surround a business, school, church, industry, or other public or private places that have lawns and plants that have to be maintained. Garden center employee. Cares for plants, moves plants and supplies, arranges and displays plants and supplies, and sells plants and supplies. Park employee. Maintains plants, grounds, buildings, facilities, equipment and driveways in national, state, city, or private works. Plant breeder. Professional occupation which consists of reproducing plants both sexually and asexually, usually employed by major companies or universities. In most propagation is done in labs. Horticulture extension agent. Professional occupation which involves helping homeowners and commercial growers with horticulture problems, employed by counties. Nurseryman. Manages and is in charge of all propagating, buying, and selling of plant stock for a nursery. Green industry employee. Work in jobs that are environmentally friendly and have to do with reusing, recycling, and reducing the carbon footprint. Career. Skills depend on the blank in horticulture. Inside, outside, in a group or alone, working with people or plants, routine tasks or varying tasks, physical strength. Qualifications. Unskilled job. High school education or less. Skilled jobs. Technical degree. For most professional areas, because of the required licenses, paperwork, research, and teaching. Bachelor's, master's, or PhD. Examples of deciduous plants. Southern red oak, bald cypress, and red maples are all. Transpiration. The biological term used to describe giving off moisture is biennial. A plant that completes its life cycle in 2 years. Node. The term used to describe the biological place where that plant grows out of the stem is called a deciduous plant. A blank drops its functional leaves during the dormant season. Horticulture. Floriculture, nursery production, and ornamental horticulture all fall under the plant science of available water capacity is calculated as nitrogen. This macroelement is a component of protein and chlorophyll and is the most limiting element in crop production except for legumes. AC. Young soils have the following horizons: roundness, sphericity. Stone shape is determined by these properties. Hydrometer method. Soil texture could be determined in the laboratory by Cal. Liming materials with highest calcium carbonate equivalent. Percolation. Which of the following is not a threat commonly faced by soil? With increasing most about the ability we have to change the soil. Montmorillonite. THES clay has the highest CEC. 137 grams Hill.